Alright, almost ready. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, Satisfactory is loading. Okay. Alright. Hello. Welcome in. I'm Krahzik the Onyx Dragon. And today we're playing more Satisfactory. Oh.
Meowdy.
Hello, Calf.
How is everybody this super... Wait, no, it's not Saturday. It's thoroughly satisfactory Thursday.
Doing well.
That's awesome. I literally just woke up and I'm getting caffeinated, but I'm ready to do the factory things on the alien planet in space.
Sweet. I was actually thinking about that this morning.
Thinking about what? Caffeine?
No, giving you a class on factory building.
Oh, that'd be smart. Because I have no idea what I'm doing. And you're way ahead of me. and I am what's what I'm looking for? Um, lethally ADHD build.
Uh-huh.
Yep, fastic, fantastic. Make the magic happen somehow, some way. See, there's a reason I can't excel at a job. I could work my ass off for 8 hours straight and get nothing meaningful accomplished.
I would say that would depend on the job.
Come again?
I would think that would depend on the job.
No, 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 no. Anything involving multiple tasks over the course of a day, I just get so confused and frazzled. You have no idea. Now, I did well at the job where I worked with Medicare D because it's basically just looking shit up and telling people what it says.
Uh,
Yeah,
probably
like a desk job I
probably
could do, but a desk
decent.
job won't hire me.
Yeah, you'd probably do decent at my job.
Hmm. Nice.
My current role that I spend the most time at the warehouse is called Jambreaker,
Right?
which largely involves staring at a screen with a status display of all conveyor belts, looking for belts to turn orange, spot indicating a jam, going over to said location, grabbing the jam pole, and unjamming it.
Oh, okay.
On the one hand, on good days, it's a very, very boring job. You spend most of the
Right.
time just standing there staring at the screen with nothing going on.
Right.
However, then you get those days where it seems like you turn your back for half a second and half the belts decide to jam up all at once.
Ooh, jeez. The thing is, due to my various things and stuff and things in my brain, and the eye thing that I've told you about, I'm officially legally disabled.
Ah,
Like I've been disabled for years. Like now it's official. Not a not a fun thing. Dude, it would have been easier if I could just excel in the professional fields easily. But, you know, I was not dealt that hand.
yeah, I have not had much luck in that either.
And in addition to just having these challenges, the system is built to sabotage people by the default. Because realistically, every time they build a new Super Walmart or Target, or they need entry-level retail staff. And if everybody can get ahead, they're not going to have as much options for retail staff.
Ugh, retail.
And same with
I have
fast
a-
food and chain restaurants too. Like-
Yeah, there's a key point to those industries.
Yep.
They're all... How best describe this? What you've all described are customer-forward focused industries.
Exactly.
Industries where the business is directly interfacing with the customer, and thus the employees in most positions will also be exposed to the general populace.
Yes.
Then you have the field of jobs I have been in, such as my current warehouse job in a sortation center. I'm basically part of the logistics chain for getting packages delivered to people's homes, but I'm in the middle of the logistics chain. My
Oh,
average
wow.
day, I don't even step outside.
Oh my god, that's my dream.
Also, unlike retail and those other customer jobs, my schedule is fixed. I know unless I do something to cause a change, I know what my schedule will be this time next year.
Mmm. Gotta love that consistency.
Unlike if you're retail, especially if you're a cashier in retail, you're lucky if you know what your schedule is next week. Haven't helped you
Oh,
get
that's
scheduled for
true.
like a doctor's appointment.
Yeah, because, like, honestly, I have two roommates who work in the retail industry, customer service, all that, and I do not envy them.
Yep. Follow me.
Okay, let me just get the right. How do I turn this off? How do I?
Right click.
Right click. Oh, I meant, like, empty my hand. There it is. Okay, close enough.
Oh yeah. I actually keep forgetting about that myself.
E.
It's one of the reasons why I actually do buy the coffee cup. Speaking of, you know what? Oh, we've got 33 tickets. I can afford to get you a coffee cup.
Happy gay caffeine bitch noises intensify.
That seems like it would be a very appropriate item.
It is very topical.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. That. That.
Wait. So... makes me less attractive?
What's that?
So the coffee cup in lore makes you less attractive to your preferred sex? Of
I don't
attraction?
know.
Didn't it just say that?
I think I missed that.
Yeah, that was
For me.
weird. What if you're just, like, have no preference? Am I immune?
Or just don't care. Okay.
It said if you don't have any interest in any sex or gender, it just lowers your sense of well-being.
Okay then. Now. Okay, coffee cup in the container.
Oh, thank you.
And then you just equip it to one of your hand slots like any other tool. And then you can scroll to it. I usually put it on the first hand slot.
That's a good idea.
And that's most of the time, because I forget about the empty hand button,
Mhm.
I walk around with the coffee cup up front. Oh, and if you left click while holding coffee cup, you can drink.
Nice.
How that works through a helmet, I have no idea.
Ah, that's good coffee. Dude,
Okay.
to be honest, I have I'm gonna be mostly comedic relief at this point, because this, is very daunting for someone who is not really a builder. Not even in Minecraft. I just explore and hit shit with a sword. For the most part. Yeah, I am not. Even when I owned building blocks as a child, I didn't do much with them.
And I was.
I'm one of
was
those
a
people who
Legos
gets
kid.
the Legos, just straight up Legos, and just, like, doesn't build anything unless it's a set with a set purpose and instructions.
Like a lot of the sets do today.
Yeah. I'm more
Don't seem to
Gunpla than anything. I remember Gunpla. I used to do Gunpla, but I don't have them anymore. Because they got left behind in a move that I had to do to avoid getting evicted. And when I was younger, my mom accidentally threw out my Epion and my Death Scythe held custom.
Oh, I have a Gundam
As
wing.
she thought it was just empty cereal boxes. Like, bro.
Ooh. I have
Yeah.
a Wing Zero or parts of a Wing Zero floating around here somewhere.
Yeah, I had the Endless Waltz version of the Wing Zero before I moved.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was never a fan of the wings for Wing Zero. I prefer.
Oh yeah, they
actually
made it
prefer.
very top heavy.
Yeah, and the bird-like structure. I actually preferred the more aircraft-like nature of his first version.
Oh yeah, that was nice, and I did like Epion. Epion's like my favorite Gundam out of the whole intellectual
Oh,
property.
Wing. I gotta go with Wing.
Yeah. You know, I my favorite Gundam series though is 0083 Stardust Memory.
Not sure I've seen that one.
It might be before your time, because like in 2001,
Oh, it's
2002, it was on Adult Swim
I
late at
have
night.
seen. I forget the exact name, but I do. I have seen Mobile Suit Gundam. The one
Oh
that
yeah, I've
started it
seen the
all.
original. Oh yeah, that was
Kinda
on
after
Konami for a while.
yeah, after I finished Gundam Wing, and then I discovered that, oh, there's a whole universe. This is not just a singular series like most anime.
Yep.
It's like, oh, let me go look. I went looking and digging and went down the rabbit hole.
Yeah. But seriously though, Stardust Memory is a really great masterpiece, you know? And they had some really good mobile suits in there, and as well as the Dendrobium mobile armor. If I ever get the space and shelving and all that for more Gunpla, I do want to get the Dendrobium with the GPO-3 Gundam.
Ah,
Yeah, because I think Stardust Memory was like just a few series after the OG. Came out in like 1990. But
I think one of the
yeah.
things I loved about Wing was that it was it wasn't just shown in anime. It wasn't just mostly focused on getting from one fight to the next fight to the next fight to the next fight. Although it did have some epic fights, there were also nuance and a lot of story there.
Oh yeah. I mean, I have to agree with you 100%.
Although my favorite moment, my favorite line is from Endless Waltz. When Hero is duking it out with Wu Fei, at the same time, you get the sense he's also doing battle with his own past. And he just says that epic line right there. How many times? How many times must I kill that little girl and her dog? And then click. He just pulls power to zero and drops out of the sky. And Wu Fei's just like, It's like words and action just hit Wu Fei.
Yeah. Yeah, but I did enjoy the absurdity of Berlina Peacecraft's steadfast, hell-bent pacifism.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Like this dude, I'm trying to keep this dude from murdering you. No, don't hurt him. What the fuck? Dude, it's like at least give it a few hours or days before Stockholm syndrome kicks in, you know?
Yeah.
Right. But then that other girl, what was her name? Was it like Dorothy or something with the eyebrows? She's like the foil to Relina, and it just shows you, that it's
Yeah.
cringe either way. In any direction.
Yeah, and
Radical.
that became an interesting duo there.
Yes. Well, I forget the name of that one guy who was on the opposing side of the Gundam pilots. The dude who originally piloted Epion.
Ah.
Name?
Was it Zex?
No, no, the other guy with the, like, old-timey, like, colonial attire.
Oh, I don't know.
Wasn't
That's a
the
good
one.
question now.
But I do enjoy, like, a good mecha anime in general. Like, Gurren Lagann, it was just so absurd, but it was just so
Oh, yeah, that was good.
amazing.
And over the top.
Over the top. That's typical of Studio Gainax, and
Oh,
to a more relatable extent, Studio Trigger.
ah. Have you seen Gun X Sword?
No, but I love when guns are combined with swords or used in conjunction with swords.
It is a bizarre anime. Takes place on some distant world.
Mm-hmm.
Our main hero's mech is housed in a satellite in orbit that tracks his position and maintains basically geosynchronous orbit above him. And he wields, I'm not sure what to call it, but it's like a whip sword. That's not even right accurate, because it's a belt around his hip, but when he pulls it out, it becomes a sword.
Hmm.
And then when he calls his mech down, it falls from the satellite in the form of a sword, lands nearby, transforms into bipedal mech, which he then gets in. And yeah, its main offensive weapon is a sword. There are other mechs that have ranged weapons,
Hmm.
and we
Oh, have
do
you seen
learn that
Promare?
Romare.
It's
That name
like
doesn't ring a bell.
it's from Studio Trigger, and it's just like an homage to Gurren Lagann, pretty much. But it's about firefighters fighting people who set fires, not because of malice, but because they literally need to live.
Okay.
Yeah, and it's also an allegory on prejudice and discrimination too.
Ah,
Yeah,
let's see.
dude, I felt so bad for the guy with the pizzeria though. It's worth a watch. Rent it, don't buy it. It's worth one watch, no matter what. But it doesn't have a lot of rewatch value because most
Ah,
of the appeal is that you don't know what's going to happen next. And once you know what's going to happen, the only rewatch value you could get is it showing it to a significant other or a friend and being there when they react. And only if you've seen Gurren Lagann, because there's a lot of like homages and references.
aha.
Yeah. Oh, Space Patrol Luluco is a really good Studio Trigger anime. And the thing about Space Patrol Luluco is that it's not serious. It's mostly comedy. But there's Dynax and Trigger references all throughout. There's even a crossover episode between Little Witch Academia. But I would love to get some like former Studio Gainax animators involved in my lore video when that is possible. If I could ever get that done, potentially. Because I just love the Gainax art style. Like, have you ever seen Medaka Box?
No.
Well, it was originally a Shonen Jump serialized manga, and it went from beginning to end with a very, very, very wholesome and satisfying end. But I won't give you any spoilers, but basically the whole gist is that it starts out as a slice of life, and then at the end of season 1, that part changes drastically. because it's one of those, you know, shonen manga that subverts the genre very overtly with unapologetic bravado.
Sometimes that can be great.
It is great, and the reason it didn't get a third season of the anime is because it was like just like a year or two after streaming services started to become big, and the fucking executives thought, well, we're not getting a lot of Blu-ray sales. What the hell? That's how we metric the success of the anime. But then they didn't
No.
realize Crunchyroll is a thing. So it was
Yeah.
an oversight. Yeah, but like, there's a motif, a theme, a reoccurring reference to communication and empathy and understanding and, you know, just like all that good shit. It ties in to the whole of the series. Another common theme in a Medaka box is nature versus nurture. Because it takes place in like a high school for academically gifted students as well as students known as abnormals who have an innate genetically acquired trait that they were just born with that makes them have like a really huge leg up over everyone else. Okay?
Ah.
And then later on we get the minuses who develop their powers through severe psychological torment, abuse, and trauma.
Ew.
Yeah. And then later on you get the not equals who are like god tier. You know, they're not the same as regular people. They just built different, right?
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah. So I'm not gonna give any spoilers, but the powers are just ridiculous. The power scaling is just nuts. But the recurring theme of communication goes into when later on we have abilities called styles. And all of the styles, which can be learned, I believe, if I recall correctly or something like that, but they're all based on linguistic devices rather than like some control over like, some element or something.
Have you seen a certain magical railgun?
No, not yet.
Oh, that is an awesome series.
Right,
And Midoko, the main character,
right.
she has the most diverse use of an electric-based power set of any character I've ever seen in any universe.
Ooh,
She is called an Electromaster, and it's an apt title. Her power is the manipulation of electromagnetic fields.
that's awesome.
She can do a signature lightning strike that almost any character with lightning-based power can do. Her code name, Railgun, comes for her most powerful signature attack move. She can fling a ferromagnetic object like a railgun
That's cool.
by manipulating electromagnetic fields to fling the object exactly like a railgun would. Her typical munition is a metal coin,
Ooh,
but she also demonstrates in the series that yeah, she's not limited to that. At one point, she uses a mecha's detached fist
ooh.
to hit said mecha. Like, and that's like, there's times she, oh yeah. Besides big flashy things, she can also manipulate electric circuits.
Damn.
She can manipulate electromagnetic fields on the finite scale,
Mm,
which means electric locks are nothing to her.
damn.
Thanks for the prime, Matahaha.
Right. So what I love about
Yeah.
Medaka Box is they did things that other anime did after the fact first.
Aha.
Like in My Hero Academia, you have All for One, right? As the ability to give and take quirks from people, change their power scale and stuff. But one of the not equals in Medaka Box had that power prior to MHA. And that was considered the power of like a literal god. She couldn't die, she was immortal. She got killed, didn't die. And she had this weird complex that she believed she was trapped in the pages of a manga or some sort of anime. It was meta as fuck, really, but at one point she sets up a scenario where if XYZ happens, she's really in a manga because that could never happen, and she's going to end her own life. And when she tries to do that, the titular character, well, I'm not going to tell you.
Manages to stop her?
I'm not going to tell you. This is worth a watch. Worth a read, because the anime doesn't go that far. If anything, I would just watch the entirety of the anime, which is like 26 episodes. And then pick up where the anime left off in the manga. Because, like, here's the thing about Medaka Box. First season is just not even the plot of the story. It's like a flashback episode in and of itself from, you know, compared to when the actual main story happens. The last episode of the first season through the second season are the prologue. And at the end of the second season, the final season of the anime, is when the main antagonist, Big Bad, shows up. And this person uses giant screws to murder people.
Oh, fun.
But like the Medaka Box powers can range from just silly to just overpowered beyond reason. Like there's an ability called Weighted Words, which is, I guess, similar to Railgun, in that it manipulates electric fields, but rather than electromagnetism, it's the neurological electrical firings of the brain. And this character can rewire that shit to use mind control telepathically.
Oh.
And just straight up brainwash motherfuckers. Like, dude, crazy.
There in Railgun, there is a character in Madoka's class who also has a mind-affecting power like that.
Oh, neat.
She's basically a remote control. She finds Madoka to be annoying because she, as part of her power set, she's surrounded by an electromagnetic field, which shields her from that ability.
Mm-hmm. But my favorite ability in Medaka Box is Devil's Gambit, which just nullifies any random happenings. Like, whatever the chance of anything happening is, normally, that's how it goes. No luck, no random happenings, no catastrophe, no miracles. Because what would normally happen, happens. There's no flukes, no rare drops of, you know, just like circumstance. Yeah.
Oh.
Also, in Medaka Box, the main character is not the main character. That's also how they subvert the shonen genre. I mean, it's really, it's got a lot of layers to it.
Nice.
Yes.
Yeah,
And there's a YouTube channel that does some video essays on Medaka Box. I love that channel. They also did a really good video essay on Sakata Gintoki from the anime Gintama.
yeah.
In fact,
Actually, one
out
of
of
the
all of
main-
Shonen Jump, oh, I'm sorry.
yeah, one of the characters in Railgun, who is part of his own series, that Railgun's actually a spin-off from. His right, I think it's his right hand, has the ability to nullify any power.
Oh, that's cool. So, a precursor to Eraserhead.
Yeah, which he eventually uses to take down the most powerful student in the city,
Oh, nice.
called codename Accelerator.
Mm-hmm.
Probably due to Accelerator's own ambitions and ego.
Yeah,
Accelerator's,
ego can be a good thing or a bad thing.
yeah, Accelerator's power is effectively the ability to alter the velocity vector of anything.
Oh.
If it has a vector, he can alter it.
Oh. So if you're just walking down the street, you can have you get yourself into a building or something?
Sort of. His power is semi-contact based,
Oh.
but otherwise,
Campaign.
it does make him pretty much immune to everything.
Oh, damn.
Because, like, for example, you try to shoot him, the moment the bullet comes within, say, a half an inch of him, he simply alters the velocity vector,
Oh.
usually reversing the course,
Mm.
sending the bullet right back at the person, at the shooter.
That's intense.
And of course, you could say, create vectors by, just kicking something, and then like, whoop, it now has motion and a direction. He can now affect that.
That's crazy, dude.
Yeah. Problem
So-
is, when the one kid goes to punch him, of course, he's not worried about getting punched because nobody can hit him. Most people
Mhm.
usually end up breaking their hand, except with his right hand, he lands a solid hit and puts him on his back.
That's street justice for you.
Yeah, because his right hand nullified his vector power on contact. And of course, there's the whole ego shattering of, in a city where power level is everything, and he's the top dog with the highest power level in the whole city, and he gets beat by a kid who, according to all ratings and levels, has no power. He's a normie.
Oh, so the nullification of power is not considered a power?
Nope.
Or just people didn't know?
For the most part, people don't know.
Well, that makes sense. Because he has to get a
Because-
hit in to nullify the power, and most powers can keep him at a distance.
Well, that, and because his power is reliant on nullifying other powers, how do you test that?
True.
You put him on a field and go, okay, shoot that thing with a lightning bolt, or a fireball, air attack. He's got nothing. Levitate an object. Nope, nothing.
Kind of like Shinzo. Because
Right.
he wasn't initially in the hero program in My Hero, and then he just had to prove himself in the fighting tournament sports festival thing. And he proved he could almost knock out fucking Deku and shit, but then And he becomes a hero with his voice changing thing.
Yep. So, you know, the
Yeah, why is
other
Stu Pickles
series,
in My Hero Academia?
yeah, the kid with the nullifying power, his series is called A Certain Magical Index,
I've heard of that one.
which is hilarious in itself.
Nice.
But yeah, because nobody really knows about his power, and there is the question if it really is a power or something else, because seems to be limited to his right hand, not just him in general.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, yeah, he's classified as basically one of the no power individuals with a power level of 0.
Right.
Except then, you know, if he comes up against somebody like Madoka, who tries to electrocute him at one point, and he completely nullifies it, and it's like, what the hell? Like, how?
I have 2 liters of coffee at my side. I love it.
Nice.
Yes. So here's a question that relates to what we're talking about to some extent. Would you rather have the ability to put forth less than 1% of the minimum effort to master a skill, talent, or ability every time and then perfect it beyond 100% in your own skill set? Or just like make it to where any bad thing never happened or anything you don't like never existed on a whim?
Hmm. I think I'd probably go with the first one.
Yeah, a lot of people say that.
Especially with the right, because really you can learn stuff from negative events, from bad things happening. You can gain stuff out of it, and with the right skill sets, you can even minimize how unpleasant bad things actually are.
True, true, true. So yeah, honestly, I'd have to agree with you, but the appeal of being able to make it to where like, no,
Sometimes it's yeah, the ability, like for example, to just make a natural disaster like a hurricane not happen.
not have happened, yeah. So like, yeah, because those are 2 powers of abnormality and a minus power from Mandaka Box. Because there is a character who uses an ability called Qual Fiction, and this dude's kind of like a shit show, you know, just like kill people, murder them, torture them to death, and then be like, I never did that. And then technically he's right, because they're alive, walking around. But they remember being murdered.
Ooh.
Yeah. This motherfucker could be like, what's blue? That was never a thing. And then the sky's red.
And there's how such a power can be abused.
Yeah. Hmm. Yeah. I don't believe in nihilism. And that character is nihilism incarnate.
Yeah.
Even in a flashback scene, but when he's like 2 or 3, like, you know, it doesn't really matter. We all die anyway. I'm like, dude, what the fuck?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
That may be true, but it is a question of when, where, and how.
Dude.
And
I mean, death is eternal. Life is only once, and for a short period of time. I'm gonna make the most of it, dude.
and ideally push it off as long as possible.
Yeah. I'm beginning to think I might be immortal, but not indestructible. Like, all the times I almost bit the bullet, but lived, makes me wonder. Am I the Highlander? There can only be one. I gotta find other Scottish people and, like, fucking decapitate them with a sword. Metaphorically. I don't know.
Yeah,
Maybe it's
except
not
that
like that.
those immortals do die. It's just that
But
for
only
them,
if another
you should take
immortal with a magic sword slices their head off.
No, 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 no. You shoot them in the heart, they'll go down. They'll die.
Oh,
It's just
oh.
that it's a temporary affair. They'll get better. It's an inconvenient. The only way to keep them down for good is to, take the head.
Yeah. I liked Highlander 2 better, honestly. And the series they made was also pretty good.
But I actually made use of that in a World of Darkness campaign once.
Oh.
My
Nice.
character was a virtual adept, and I was tasked with taking this guy's hand as kind of a test.
Alright.
He was an immortal, aka Highlander Immortal. I used Force magic to make myself invisible and tail him for a bit. Managed to catch a Highlander fight. At which point I realized that, okay, this guy is much more of a badass in melee combat than I am. So it's like, how do I take him down? 'Cause I'm pretty sure he's not just going to give me his hand if I ask for it. My solution? I found myself a quiet spot to make myself visible again. No witnesses. Important thing for virtual adepts. I then using force, created a bubble around his head, cutting off his supply of oxygen.
Oh, clever.
Waited when he hit to the ground. I simply walked up, and while jamming every radio frequency in the immediate vicinity, I sliced his hand off and walked away. In the middle of a street intersection.
Modern problems require modern solutions.
Like I said, there's a reason, and I did specify to the GM that I was jamming all signals. Like, for some reason, people at that moment just had no cell service.
Yay. Fun fact, even without a radio signal or, anything like that, they can still take photos and videos with their camera app. Because that doesn't require any connectivity.
Yes, but with no cell service, that's going to delay reaction times.
Fair enough.
They can't immediately post it to social media. There's no calling the cops. By the time they do get cell service back and can do anything like that, I'm already gone. And oh yeah, I was also blurring my face.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay, that makes sense.
It's like, yeah, for some reason, their video footage of me was not that great. Like,
Very
the joys of having force magic. Level 3.
Hey. If I could
always-
control any element or aspect of nature, I'd have to go with caffeine.
Go with what?
Like, caffeinated matter. Any substance with caffeine in it, I can conjure, control, etc. Which is more practical for combat than you think.
Oh.
I could turn a can of Monster or Rockstar or Red Bull into a ballistic weapon.
Oh.
Like a bullet or a missile.
My virtual adept probably could have pulled that off, because I also had Matter 3.
Oh, nice. But yeah, I could also summon energy drinks, summon coffee, summon black tea, summon dark chocolate if I'm after having a snack attack. I could summon a jug of new caffeine extract. So if I want to make a homemade, beverage, fizzy drink, and want it to be caffeinated, I could definitely do that.
In World of Darkness, I can picture exactly the perfect kind of mage for you.
What's that?
Cultist of Ecstasy.
What is that? Mania?
Uh, their big thing revolves around effectively mind-altering substances, etc.
I,
And not just
I don't. I
saying
don't do drugs.
it's not just
Except
drugs, though.
caffeine. Ah,
I think one of my friends who had one of this cultist of Exodus, his main thing was coke in ridiculously large quantities.
like Snowflame in the DC universe continuity.
I have no idea who that is.
Oh, so search it up on YouTube. There's an actual video essay on the character. Fucking Snowflame is a cocaine-powered supervillain who
Oh,
runs a cartel
no,
in
no.
South America.
No. Not cocaine. Coca-Cola.
Oh, see, when you said ecstasy and drugs, you
Oh,
you had me confused.
yeah. Unlike the name is somewhat misleading in that regard because for a cultist of ecstasy, it's very individualistic and anything can be the vice,
Yay!
which includes, say, for example, caffeine and
See, that's right up my
caffeine-rich
alley.
products.
That is right up my alley.
Exactly.
Yeah, but black tea, matcha, Coca-Cola, cola in general, Mountain Dew, coffee, espresso, caffeine extract, caffeine tablets, anything that contains at least a little caffeine, including even green tea that isn't matcha,
Uh-huh.
would have dominion over.
Whereas my character, being a virtual adept, my thing was technology.
That's
And
cool.
using technology to... The short description of a virtual adept is, I am the ultimate hacker. I am so good at hacking that I hack reality.
That's brilliant. Reminds me of 2002 and 2003 on the internet. Gollies, you cannot stop me. I am ultimate weak hacksaw. I pwn to server.
Mm-hmm. Then what I love about the World of Darkness, the old World of Darkness magic system, though it is complex, was the level of freedom which is unparalleled in any other game system.
Wait, I got a question. Is it like an actual PC or game or like a a tabletop?
Tabletop role-playing games. Magic the Gathering, Werewolf the Apocalypse, Vampire the Masquerade are all World of Darkness games.
Oh, cool.
The most famous of them being Vampire the Masquerade. I think there's even a few computer games based on it.
I do believe there is. Yes.
But I had a friend who did the crazy. He ran a campaign that was World of Darkness. All of them on one.
Oh no.
So we had, which is generally considered crazy because that's a lot of books.
Yep.
But we had a party consisting of 2 mages, 2 vampires, an immortal, and a changeling.
Hmm.
And then at one point I played a werewolf.
That makes sense.
Which common wisdom should say shouldn't work. Because I was a werewolf in a party with 2 vampires.
Mm. I'm in the camp that people from differing or even contradictory backgrounds can be civil towards each other and maybe work together. That's my
Yep.
2 cents.
Yeah.
Even if
The
it's
way it
vampires
worked
and
out-
werewolves.
Yeah, the way it worked out was my character didn't know he was a werewolf.
Hmm.
I basically found out in game. So I didn't necessarily grow up with the kill vampire on sight mentality. It wasn't drilled into the character.
Right.
And the vampires took the attitude of, he's useful, we'll kill him later.
See, I don't get the beef. I don't get the op on fucking vampire versus werewolf. Dude, they could work together. They're both active at night. Vampire could drain the blood so the meat's clean, and then the werewolf could eat the dead body that's drained of blood.
Yay. I don't understand the
Yeah,
lore of
they
it
didn't think
myself
this
either.
through. And, dude, my
So
favorite
that's-
kind of like supernatural monster have to be not vampires, like something else. Thinking not werewolves, not vampires, not mermaids. Dude. Valkyries. They're not monsters, but they're kind of like angels, battle maidens, like fantasy archetype of hominid. Like, yeah, Valkyries. Valkyries are cool. Imagine you get into a fight with someone who has a knife and you try to save yourself and then you get stabbed to death, but then, like, beautiful Valkyries take you to Valhalla. And then you can just get into bar fights, drink, eat tasty food, repeat, you know?
Aha.
Yeah.
Just party.
Just wild, drunken, brawling, feasting parties, yes. So, you know, I did have an idea for a D&D campaign, but I'm not experienced enough to be a DM, which makes me sad.
Ah.
And I don't have the patience to
Well.
do just a starter campaign to learn the ropes, because I just want to do this one thing this one time.
Little secret. I didn't do a starter campaign either my first time. Although I did have a friend who was an experienced GM who basically acted like an assistant GM and coach to run my first
Alright,
campaign, which was a complete homebrew.
Yeah, I was thinking about doing a homebrew. Like, it's gonna be pretty much vanilla, except for a couple of key factors. In my mind, in my schematic, in my plan. Because I want it to be a fantasy world with all the various people, like the halfling and the drow, and all that you would have in standard D&D. Plus one homebrew race I call the Eclipse Walkers, who are hominid moth people, all feminine, but even the males are feminine. But they're moth-like. They can vary as much as species of moths in real life. But the first generation Eclipse Walkers are born into existence when a cluster, a collective, a hive of moths, so to speak, an eclipse of moths, mind you, instead of mating and dying, merge together and form a second metamorphosis, and they come out as a hominid moth person. And then if a male and a female first generation Eclipse Walker get together and procreate, that creates a second generation Eclipse Walker. And they're born hominid, just like a human child. And then at a certain age, they get their wings over time. But I digress. I want to set the world in a fantasy setting similar to our world in the year 1869. And that's not a joke about nice 69 LOL. No. There's a reason for 1869.
Okay.
Not only is it 5 years after the end of the Civil War, it's also during the times of the American West, frontier days, all that.
Yeah.
The Meiji Restoration, Victorian England, a whole bunch of other cool shit that happened in the world. And what I want the campaign to be is various people from different parts of the world, the Meiji Restoration, the Victorian era, the Wild West, the Deep South, former soldiers, like people coming together to stop an eldritch big bad from being brought into our world by a dark and menacing threat agent in the Antarctic Circle. So, you know, for the introductions, we'll have different one-shots for each character in each location, right? And then, you know, but there's so many options as far as what you can do with this world as a background. You could have like an Eclipse Walker Shinsengumi officer from Nagasaki. You could have a washed up Southern belle living in new poverty, just post Civil War, fucking with like some sort of like some like warlock shit, you know, a gun, an orc gunslinger from Tombstone, Nevada,
Yeah.
or some like Sherlock Holmes kind of like goblin
There's some there's a lot of potential
artificer. Yeah, a washed up Ronin who cannot wield his sword anymore, and so he turns to like brawling or something. I don't know. Just options upon options, multi-classing, all that. Gunslingers, lawmen, you know. Alternatively, I just write a novel in that setting.
Good.
That will have to come much later, though.
When I did my campaign, I started writing a whole world book.
Smart.
Because I did feature a couple of unique races, a couple of new classes, some modifications of some other classes, and of course, a whole world map. Trying
Nice.
to develop cultures and things, because, yeah. Like, I created a whole world and then a campaign within the world.
See, that makes sense. I can definitely do that. I'm gonna have to wait a while and do some side quests because I do have, now that I've been approved for my benefits, I know what I want to do in regards to my future. And that is to write an exploratory essay tome, a book on the subject of gastrosociology, like cultural studies in regards to, you know, cuisine, food, and human eros, and how they correlate. I already know a couple of chefs I can interview. I just got to get my ducks in a row with that. My goal is to have it fully written. I have a full manuscript of it by December 31st of next year.
Nice.
Yeah, and I'm not just going to interview chefs, because this is a very in-depth and unique concept. Not so much unique, but it hasn't really been touched on too in-depth, you know? The closest we had was Brillat Savarin in the 19th century, or was it the 18th? I don't remember. But he talked about the carnal enjoyment of delicious food on the palate, and how it's similar to, you know, intimacy and pleasures of the flesh. It's a way to show and express love. It can be perverse, it can be classy, it can be crude, it can be abused and overindulged in, just like carnal enjoyment of an erotic nature. But, you know, it goes back to terms like, quote, food porn, and, you know, media like Food Wars, Shokugeki no Soma, right?
Aha.
Yes. Like, like, you know, like, the enjoyment of good food transcends cultural boundaries. As whether you're in the US, or Korea, or India, or, like, Nigeria. At a wedding, there's a banquet. At a funeral, there's a banquet. At a high school graduation, a university graduation, there's always food celebration goes hand in hand. One of the great equalizers in the world.
Yeah.
With very few exceptions. Very few. Same with, I'm going to try to keep it as sterile and clinical in my description as possible. Save for very rare cases of a lack of libido due to whatever factor or choice or preference. For the vast majority of human beings, like intimacy, not even just sexuality, intimacy. Everybody needs like intimacy or a hug or just like physical contact, even if it's not sexual. Just like you need food to live, you need that contact, that positive, reaffirming, platonic touch, or further on, you know? And I just want to understand the how and why of all of it in this book I want to write. So in addition, I'm going to try to reach out to like psychologists, psychiatrists, neurologists, and other experts and pros and people in various adult-oriented communities as well. Anonymously, of course, if they prefer. But yeah, I'm going to try to find like communities of people who are into things like splashing, if you're familiar with that. It's not at its core an adult thing, but like even if you're fully clothed and someone throws like chocolate sauce and butterscotch at you, or a pan of macaroni and cheese that's cooled a little bit, that's splashing. I need to understand because I just love learning about things I'm curious about. Seriously, I don't like when people waste food. Like, my grandmother grew up in the Great Depression. And that was instilled into my mother, her daughter. That is just terrible to waste food. The whole thing. But yeah, and my mother grew up in poverty because my grandma was kind of a train wreck. She was growing up. But very negligent. But I digress. She was nice to me, so I can't be too pissed about that. But I digress. Like, wasting food is just in poor taste as far as I'm concerned. Like, this is gonna be a hot take, but it's not political or anything. Picky eaters. Like, if you just, like, don't like a certain food, that's fine, but if you don't tell people ahead of time and good, edible, tasty food gets thrown out for whatever reason, it just irks me to no end. Okay? Yeah. Like, especially when these people who are very particular about their interest in food go out of their way to tell people when it's not even part of the conversation. Like some grown-ass person who's like in their 20s. I'm talking to a friend in a group about fresh hothouse heirloom tomatoes in the summertime on a sandwich with fried egg. And this person comes up like, ew, tomatoes are fucking gross. It's like, who asked?
Yeah.
Yeah. And like, that's like toddler behavior. As far as I'm concerned. And anybody who considers me an enemy because of that take is not someone I want to associate with in the first place.
Yep.
Yeah. It's like, imagine you're talking about your favorite thing in the world, and someone just comes up and tells you that's fucking stupid or fucking gross. It's kind of an irk, regardless. Like, if you're talking about
conversation, or get in on
what?
the conversation.
What about the conversation?
So that's not a good way to get in on a conversation.
Yeah, I agree wholeheartedly. Like, the world would be so much less hostile if people focused on promoting and protecting what they love and enjoy versus just like shitting on what they dislike. Instead of crusading against what you hate, advocate for what you love.
Yep.
And it just gets better from there, you know? it's funny because there are people who do memes like being nice is free. Well, so is being a hater. Well, you know what? This is why you don't have any maidens, no bitches, no girlfriend, no significant other, because you're a hater. You can't stand being around you. I say to the hater.
Uh-huh.
Because I don't think I have haters. If I do, they haven't found out the work, and I hope they don't. Because I just don't have the patience for that shit.
Yeah.
Dude, I don't think I'm popular or big enough to have haters yet.
Possibly
Definitely
not.
probably got some dissenters. Just like disagree with my caffeine addiction. I know one of them. They're actually a good friend of mine. But yeah. Just drinking coffee on the beach. It's beautiful out here.
But that's a whole different kettle.
The beach?
Oh, the whole disagreeing with drinking coffee as much.
Yeah, I kind of understand because if I hadn't acclimated myself to it over the past going on 25 years, I would be worried too about my caffeine consumption. But you know, it's one of those things where if you're used to it and your body's conditioned to survive it, keeping in mind back in the day of like 2011 to 2014, I was doing in excess of 3,500 milligrams of caffeine every day, sometimes more than 4,000, once even 5,050 milligrams in a 20-hour period, and I almost had my head explode.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, but I do significantly less on average now. So it's like if you set yourself on fire by accident and you survive and got skin grafts or whatever, or you know you just build up a tolerance to the heat, whatever. I don't know. I built up a tolerance is basically just what I'm saying. It's like if you,
Yeah.
yeah, it's kind of like
Of
if you,
course.
it's kind of like getting used to
I-
black licorice.
Good.
If that's a good example, because the brain has this inhibitor on your like palate when you first try something like black licorice. Because acquired taste doesn't mean something's terrible and then you have to force yourself to like it. No. The bitterness of black licorice registers as poison in the human mind, right? Especially if you're really young and never really tried it a lot. But if you keep eating black licorice a few times over the course of a couple days, you'll grow to like it, because in addition to those bitter notes, which may alarm your brain to think poison at first, there's also like very floral notes, kind of like a botanical flavor, kind of like anisey, kind of like really good flavors as well. Which is why I don't dislike Jägermeister. I actually enjoy it, to be honest.
Just like what?
Jägermeister.
What is that?
It's a botanical liqueur made in Germany. Originally imported for the first time to the US in the 1980s. Originally in Germany, it was a digestif for the elderly to help them go after dinner. But in the 1980s, the importer who brought it to the US marketed it to college kids, basically playing on the funny name, and it became a party drink. But oh, thank you. I'll be right there. So yeah, it's one of those things where it started out as just a regular like botanical liqueur. It's like a sweeter, thicker chartreuse kind of deal.
Aha.
Yeah, it's got saffron, star anise, caramel, orange zest, orange juice, shit ton of botanicals. But yeah, it goes well with root beer or energy drink for a Jaeger bomb, which I don't really do. Because I prefer the Jaeger barrel, which is with the root beer. Could also go with apple juice, peach nectar, peach juice. It's sky's the limit because it's such a complex flavor. It's very licorice forward because of the star anise. And people say it's yucky, but then again, you know, different palates, different perceptions.
Yeah.
Yeah. But honestly, I love botanical liqueurs and liquors. Gin is a good one. I made a cocktail actually in 2022 for the first time as an homage to streamer Lena Lazar, the VTuber, Blood
Right.
Queen, all that. Yeah, and what it is it's orange juice and zest, a rose simple syrup, well, rose water actually, and hibiscus tea made into a syrup, chilled, shaken over ice with gin, and poured into a cocktail glass. I call it the Blood Queen's Transfusion. It was an orange, rose, and hibiscus cocktail with gin. Really good. I'll be right back. I gotta hit the restroom.
Alright. I should get the sulfur mine built. I should also get my car. Or I need more motors. Build another one. Let's see. Although, what's a priority? Ooh. I'm about to get run over. I should get motor production going. But to do that, I either need to build a rotor and stator, a rotor factory at the iron mine, or let me think.
I return. Yea, verily.
Welcome back.
Rejoice. Thank you. Yes. What was I saying? Sorry, we just really had to go. But, yeah, it's good times.
Oh, that's something you could do as part of exploration.
What's that?
Road building,
Nice dude, nice dude.
which road building is not. Look at that. No, it's actually not that complicated.
So basically, it's just placing road like Minecraft with blocks. Based from what I've seen of you playing, because I'm watching your stream.
Yeah, depending on the level, you just run it in basically straight lines using the zoom feature.
Oh,
The trickiest part with road construction
is getting the
is
funding
like,
from the state.
yeah, we don't have to worry about that here. Is
I know,
like
I'm just
right
being a
here.
doorknob. What?
This thing is like right here.
Right?
See that? See that junction? How the lines don't entirely match exactly.
Yes?
Getting the alignments when you have to make corners.
Hmm.
Also, getting the right elevation. Fortunately, you don't lose any materials when building. And when you pick up something, you get all the materials back. So,
Nice.
and one trick I will do is like when I need to make a corner, is I'll try to put down a 4-meter foundation. Wait, let's find another corner. And then zoop it upward until it meets the road or close enough.
Right?
And then I'll switch to 1-meter foundations to do the fine tuning to figure out where it comes close. Actually, there's another joint. And sometimes if it's not close enough for my liking, what I'll do is I'll try to figure out how much I need to move. Well, then I'll put down a marker. I'll usually use something like a electrical pole
Mm-hmm.
of where, say, where I think the corner of the foundation block should be. And once I do that, I delete the column and redo it.
Okay, that makes sense.
Rebuilding column off my new marker. And there have been times when I've had to do this 3 or 4 times before I got it about in the right position that I was happy with.
That's... Wow. Okay.
Yeah. And then, of course, like right here, I use 1-meter ramps for the transition. Because if I'd stayed doing this going in a straight line, I'd run right into a cliff.
Oof.
And there are times I'll go ahead and do that, and I'll just climb right over. Which will oftentimes involve me running the road straight up until the cliff. And then building columns up to figure out about where the appropriate lie, and then working backwards on to build the ramp. And through experience, I have learned that the best for road that you're gonna have vehicles running across, the 2-meter ramp is the best one. If you use the 4-meter ramp, the Explorer and the Tractor can do it, but they struggle, and if the ramp is too long, they can run into problems.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Whoa, ow. Hello. Hi there. Reload. Hi, hi. Woohoo! Let's set this up. Oh, hello. One. Oh, look. He's stuck behind the tractor, or the truck. Now he's not worried about it.
Double kill.
Now, as we see, I did my usual is a 2 foundation wide road, which the truck is narrow enough that it does fit within the lane,
Makes sense.
but as you can see, it's also kind of close.
That's probably not good during rush hour, I tell you what.
Trucks also don't have the greatest turn radius. Here's a spot where I did have some difficulty with alignment. But next time I do major road construction, I've been thinking about you trying to go with a 3 foundation wide base.
Makes sense. I mean, it's better than just like 2 narrow. You do 3
Yeah.
foundations wide, but the partition in the middle have a 50% wider lane side.
Yeah, because like right here, as you can see, I've got no shoulder on either side of this bridge.
Oh damn! You fall, you're fucking.
Yeah, which is also why I have the railing. Through trial and error, I've discovered that 3-meter tall railing, like these,
Mm-hmm.
is the minimum to keep a vehicle from falling off.
Oh.
The tractor, you can't drive over it. The Explorer, you can get the front wheels over the top. If you
But
really
not the
work
back
it.
wheel.
But you're not. That's as far as you're getting. You're not getting over the wall. You're not getting over it. And actually, let's try an experiment.
Nice to
right
see the
here.
roads getting railed.
Like right here. You notice I recently did just add this shoulder. Basically also effectively a sidewalk. If we were to swap this up to an actual 3-block wide. Now the one catch for the 3-block wide is it does make all 3 are going to be asphalt. But now that I have patterns unlocked, I could, going with that, I could use solid lines for the edge with a dotted line middle.
Hmm.
So if we go back up, if we go up. Let's see what this looks like from above. So there's what that one segment looks like that I just replaced.
You know, it's a good thing I decided to not stream my end of things. 'Cause, to be honest, my chat would just see me drinking coffee by the seaside, moisturized, calm, in my own lane, living my best life.
Where are you at the moment?
I'm at the ocean. Oh, hi.
Good morning, good evening, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, Isaac.
Hello, Isaac.
Hello, how are you gentlemen doing?
I'm doing well.
I am cracked out on 2 liters of caffeine and less than 3 hours of sleep.
You're still doing better than me. I'm on hour 36 of no sleep.
Oof.
Damn, SA. That's pretty, don't double that or you'll start hallucinating.
Mm-hmm. I know.
Here, done that.
Yeah. Oh, fun fact. Caffeinette almost got, myself, almost got a schizophrenia diagnosis because my psychiatrist didn't know I was staying awake for 2 or 3 days at a time. On a regular basis.
Oh my god.
Yeah, and then when he found out, he was like, God damn it, you fucking idiot. Why would you do that? Don't ever do that again. Sleep.
That sounds like it's like one of the moments where it's like, well, that suddenly explains a whole lot.
Oh, yeah. I was hallucinating, but keep in mind, every other day after I slept, I would be like awake for
moment.
3 days.
I would recommend like some kind of sleep patch.
A
But-
sleep patch?
I mean that's what I use on top of my sleep medication.
Mhm. And honestly, due to my actual diagnosis, they put me on a prescription for that, and because of that, I don't get hypermania to where I stay awake for 3 days.
Lovely.
So that did me good. Yes,
Mhm.
I am no longer a chaos deity. I can communicate telepathically with Ishtar. And
Yep.
Pocket dimension inflated by utilizing numinous gel hydrology channeled through an etheric spigot. Some used to say this as impossible, but the meaning of that word has long since been removed from my dictionary.
And I'm back.
welcome back.
I'm taking
Whoa, I just had a big old lag spike. I was overbanning all over the place.
Ooh,
Ooh.
that's unfortunate.
Yeah.
Also, I was mentioning that one starter project for that Cap could try to get into building and exploring is road building.
Yay!
But also
I
use
love the
our
ocean
own-
in this game. I don't know what the fuck these things are. They look like
Famous last words.
little chodes in the sand. Wait, Krahazik, if your stream is the 18 plus, can I say things like chode?
I don't see why not. What is chode?
A chode is a very, very, very short,
Micropenis.
Yeah. but more specifically, a micro penis with girth.
Yeah, think like 4-inch wide by 2-inch long.
Ah,
Exactly.
okay.
It's like a baby bell cheese,
Yeah, essentially.
especially if it's not circumcised.
Oh yeah, that gives like an extra half inch.
What's going on? What's going on? I'm seeing weird shit. Okay, am I in the radiation zone? Oh shit, I'm in the radiation zone.
Where are
No! I didn't realize there was
Oh.
a radiation zone in the ocean.
you? Actually, I need to get a milestone selected.
Oh yes, I forgot about that.
Yeah, I need to get the hazmat suit selected.
Right. I need to
Yeah.
synergize my corpo. Yes,
Your what?
corpo energy by uh, actionifying this caffeinated. I'm just gonna drink coffee for now.
Actually, we need this one first.
Oxide.
I'm gonna get the heavy frames going, but I need to get automated. That's my problem here.
Yeah. What goes into heavy frames?
Well, currently, heavy frames require steel pipe. Which one is it?
Oh.
It's this one.
Oh, damn.
Requires steel
Okay.
pipe, screw, encased steel beams, and module frames.
Right.
Right.
Guys, I gotta go. I'm getting a call from someone I rarely hear from.
Okay.
It might be an emergency. Let me get back to you.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
Yeah. So we help like get the rail line going. We can actually start
Yeah.
mixing things because I'm gonna start needing to move materials around.
It's probably smart.
Okay. Also, it's a bit of curiosity. I have redid a section of road.
Nice. What did you do?
I switched up to basically 3 wide foundations. Which allows me to use solid lines for the road edges and dash lines for the center line. And give us a half block wide asphalt shoulder. If you drive down the road towards the steel factory, you'll see the segment.
Give me a second. I'm right now trying to get some stuff semi-automated right now.
Okay. I'm gonna head over to the steel factory and see where I'm gonna put a train station. And begin plotting out where I'm going to run okay, so at some point I need to take this vehicle off-road. Ooh. Okay, we're gonna go park over here. Because the truck is not going inside the garage. Okay. Oh yeah, and I have drastically increased our available power.
Nice.
Yeah, we're now sitting at a capacity of 5,900 megawatts.
Hell yeah.
Okay. Going back to this. Okay. Yeah, these would be the places to tap the iron. I have to move these containers around. This is where would I be routing it to? Well, I can carry the range. Is there a drop off? Ah, yes. We. Okay. That's for Contaria more. Would you believe I'm still using solid biofuel for my jetpack?
Why aren't you using normal fuel?
Because I'm using up the excess biofuel.
Alright.
No other practical reason.
Holy crap, that is a lot of concrete. Alright, we're already 1.5 industrial containers deep of concrete.
That's good. Okay. Oh, that's fine.
Rubber, 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 rubber. Oh, okay. No. No. Julia, maybe?
Train station here, and then I have to figure out. Alright. Alright, I have an idea how I'm going to do this.
What's the idea?
effectively gonna end up with 2 east-west lines in a loop.
All right.
And one of the questions that becomes
Copper
is,
sheet.
how long do I want to make the main train? Of course means I need to hit back. Check my setup is at the headquarters. One other advantage doing it 3 wide gives me is having a little more room to put down road signs. Especially when clearance to accommodate the big vehicle is necessary. Ack. Oh shoot, that's not gonna work. Okay, I need to move big guy somewhere else. Oh, they just narrowly missed an auto tractor. many cars away from? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. One, two, three, four, five. Eastward line, I've got room for 6. Okay, now the westward line also has 6. So, so we're gonna need to turn. wonder if I should try altering the main headquarters ramp to have a landing at the rail station. Oh, I know. Now the next question is, do I want to leave this as a single foundation wide? Or do I want to make it a double wide?
Milestone
Nice.
reached. Bauxite is refined into aluminum products via a multi-step process. Considering your past achievements, you should have the minimum required skill to overcome these new production challenges. If it helps, many others have done this before, so if you fail, someone else will eventually succeed.
I'm not sure that's supposed to be comforting. And again, this is Ada we're talking about. Yeah, let's make this at least a 2-block wide. We can run into potential problems if we have the rail lines too close to each other.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Hello.
Okay. Yeah, this Discord was being fucking lucky again.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, hi, Mercer's here.
Ooh, nice.
Well, it's not a new discovery.
I know. But now we can actually focus on storage space. Because now we don't have to worry about upload speed. We can actually focus on space.
Wow, I just bought a 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 power slugs.
Nice, upload them.
Well, I don't have them on hand.
I see where you're at.
Working on the rail line, it was like I saw them glowing, and it's like, oh, those are power slugs. And it's like, I just
Yeah,
kinda
you see
started panic-
all the purple power slugs in the canyon, right?
Oh, they're not down in the canyon per se.
They're in the canyon.
Well, it's like along the sidewalls on the north side. It's like, oh,
Hello there.
check out this. Hello. But
Hello.
you see the blue and yellows on the cliff wall.
Follow me.
Oh.
I'm gonna show you something.
But
Come over here
I'm kind of in the middle of.
to this side.
Wait, one moment.
You know you go faster by sliding, right?
Yeah, sort of.
Yeah, right here. Look this
Uh-huh.
way. I count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 purple power slugs.
Oh wow.
Yeah. I could probably get them right now.
Oh, there's a yellow.
Mm-hmm.
2 yellows. 3 yellows.
Want to grab them? Want to help me grab 'em, I should say.
Wow,
I
think
mean,
need the rest.
Each purple power slug is like 10 power shards. Do you want to?
Oh, currently sitting at 58 power shards.
Yeah, I'm running at City 3. I'm gonna upload
Okay.
those.
And I've got 81 in inventory.
Yeah. You should upload those. Just reconsolidate.
Yeah, if there's space. Like,
Yeah, because we can handle a total of 300 currently.
uh, that'll work.
Also, you see this
Oh, oh.
this you see that this moving out right now, right?
Yeah, I may have just fallen off the bridge, but yeah. The difference in the
You
what?
saw the sunrise, right?
Oh.
Look-
Sorry.
Looked like something straight out of a Halloween show. Made it.
Whoa. Ooh, what is that location? Another geysers down there.
Oh, you should put this thing on geyser. I forget what it's called. Power. What do those need? Geothermals.
We
Yeah.
do have
You can only put down 4 at the moment.
Oh, I just spotted another geyser location.
Correction 1.
We can only have one out?
We don't have enough motors.
Oh.
But if you hop over to base, I have some making motors. If you just upload those.
So geysers are used for geothermal?
Geothermal gives us about a couple 100 watts.
A little more than that. Because we have one down already,
We do have one down.
and it is plugged in.
Yes, it is. Oh, you bitch.
A moment, I'm gonna need to turn this. Question becomes, how am I going to accomplish the turn?
Well,
I could do a simple T intersection. But right here we want to have a line head off to the desert, and we need a line to come southward that'll swing around to the iron factory, or the steel factory. And I don't think I want to do a simple, basic
not Mercer.
Oh, well, there's our steel factory right over there. Not close enough. Oh, yeah, I have gas masks.
That was 3 alpha spitters I just killed.
Nice.
Just for 1 Mercer sphere. Jesus Christ. Talk about overkill.
Oh, picked up a yellow power slug.
Nice.
Positive.
Nice.
Okay, that's done now. How's this intersection gonna work? One, two, three, four.
Or
Then hmm.
got you, bitch.
1, 2, 3. One, two, three, four. And I'll be right back.
Dinner?
Yep, gotta fetch dinner.
Okay. Ah, suck it. Alright, that was 3 hogs, 1 alpha spitter, and 1 alpha hog. Damn, I'm good. These are going this way.
And I'm back.
Welcome back. I've just been drop kicking spirits left and right. Oh, I see where you're at. I'm actually fairly close to you.
Uh-huh. I'm
I
working.
think I've been here on your other world.
It's a possibility.
Yeah.
I mean, we're at the edge of the desert. My other world, I started in the desert.
Found you.
Yep. I do not see you.
Down below fighting Spitter.
Ah. Okay, so our transition junction is 1, 2, 3, 4.
And good night. No, thank you, Mr. Stinger.
That looks. Forgot to mark. One, two, three, four.
Got the profile power, so let's
Yep.
go.
I should put down the Mark II blueprinter and see about blueprinting some of my common railroad pieces. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, so at this split, there's just a slight curve. That might work.
Oh, that was way too easy.
One, two, three, 4,
And I finished my past summer sleep. Let's go.
2, 3, 4.
Oh, I'm on a fraction of HP.
That could be a problem. Okay, 1, 2, 3.
I might crash.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I might crash. And I'm not in a very good spot. Like, if the world reloads, I am in a very, very bad spot.
Okay. Now I pretty much have to do the same thing on the opposite side of this intersection.
Hey, I see your rail station.
Uh-huh.
Yep.
One point. That's going to go up and over that rock. That's not looking great. We don't have any more Nobelisks, do we? Nope.
I can make some. I can make some real quick.
Okay.
Actually, hold on. Check depot.
I just did.
Check again.
Alright. There you go.
Go this way.
Seven.
I'm Register.
Nice.
Oh sh. That could have been poorly. Get dunked on.
Hmm.
What's going on? We got below. Oh dear.
Yay. New trick. They need to get this rail. Needs to come down and make a left. Connecting with Desert Bound line without crossing that line there. Ideal way to do that would be to just where that rail's coming down at and come in behind it. This whole segment needs to move over one.
Ta-dum. Wow, I'm already at that many slugs. Damn. Right. I'm on a roll.
Okay, one. No. One, two. Two, three, four. One.
You know what I noticed? Hatcheries only spawn near water.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Or they only spawn with near places with water.
Okay, if I want to make that work, I need to push it out 2 blocks. That way I have enough room for transitional blocks. Breathe out. One, two, three, four. All right. There. Okay, we'll bring it out 1 more block.
Thank you. Alright, how much does it cost to filter? Fabric.
Okay. Some levels are starting to look like some freeway intersections. Let's start it here.
I'm gonna be here for a hot minute. It's like,
Alrighty. Yep, definitely looking like a freeway intersection. Were to go left, you veer right. One, two, three. One, two, three, four. On this side, crack triple zone. Distribution. Well, we have our first block defined. Actually, there's probably enough room I could. That way. A train is sitting in this block waiting to go. Another train
No
It's
fucking
still-
way.
proceed into this block to go on through.
Hey, guess what Barrett just made? The gun
What?
company Barrett.
Not a clue.
Are you familiar with Warhammer 40K?
Vaguely.
Are you familiar with the big ass guns that they use, right?
Somewhat.
The bolter, right?
Right.
They made a proto bolter using 30 millimeter cartridges.
Okay.
I can't make these things up. This actually happened.
That'd be a big handgun.
Yeah. I'm just gonna send you this picture.
I mean,
Check an image post.
in one of. Okay then.
Yeah.
I mean, I once modeled a. I thought the idea of a 50 cal handgun was big. I mean, 30 millimeter is the cartridge size of the machine gun mounted underneath the Apache helicopter.
I thought it was 25 mil. Or is it a 20 millimeter chain gun?
I think it's a 30 millimeter chain gun. 3 barrels.
No. I'm thinking of the helmet connected chain gun. Not
Okay,
the
we see.
Gatling gun.
We're talking about the same gun.
We are? Shit, okay then.
The Apache only has one gun. Yeah, M230 cannon. Oh, it's a single barrel. Electrically driven autocannon. But yeah, it's 30 millimeter.
Yeah, it's the M230 cannon.
Yep.
It's a chain gun, not a Gatling gun.
What are you thinking of the differences? Because
This is a chain gun. A Gatling gun is something like, like on the Gal 8 Avenger. That is a Gatling gun, or Gatling cannon, if you will.
yeah, it's the chain part that is currently confusing me. What you mean, because they're both belt-fed
Chain
weapons.
in this case is something derivative of a belt. It's belt fed but has a singular barrel.
Yeah.
Hence the term chain gun.
Yeah. It was the terminology was starting to get it was getting confusing.
Yes, trust me, I've had that. I got my ass corrected on that multiple times.
Because, like I said, the M230 and the Gal 8 are both electrically driven, belt-fed weapons.
Mm-hmm.
Where I was initially wrong was barrel count.
Yes.
I thought it had 3 barrels. It's like, nope, it only has the one.
If
But
like
it is,
the Bradley has a 25 millimeter chain gun because it doesn't have multiple barrels. The moment it has more than 2 barrels is when it becomes a Gatling gun or Gatling cannon.
30 millimeters is not a small munition.
Oh god, no. It's literally the size of a very large Red Bull can.
Actually, for World of Darkness, I actually designed a 50 caliber handgun.
Which there is a 50 caliber BMG revolver IRL.
Good lord.
Yeah, it's a 3-shot cylinder hand cannon.
I think my pistol was 7 shots. Did I have a 9-round mag?
Jesus Christ.
It was also an enchanted weapon.
I'm gonna guess enchantment of piercing.
No. Minor force effect to absorb the kick.
Of course.
Otherwise,
Hey,
unless
free
you're a
somersault.
werewolf, chances are firing the weapon would break your hand. Although I did have armor-piercing rounds. Where my pistol was really unique was I designed it to be a top loader. Basically, you grab the top of the catch, pull it back till it locks, and the mag pops out.
Alright.
Drop your rounds in, slam the mag back in.
You know what's
Slam
sad
the
to me?
Ultra slam closed.
Is that Barrett,
Yeah.
the American company, lost funding and is now an Australian company.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, so all their manufacturing is in Australia. That's what's sad. Now they won't have as much freedom to test their weaponry. Hello, cold posits.
Okay, so this line now has both of its intersections pretty much done. Oh yeah, the other one going the other direction should be fairly straightforward, so they don't have to cross any other lines.
Holy shit. Pure cold node.
So we'll start here. Actually, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Actually, wait a minute. Need to account for the position. One, two, three, four.
Much better. Hello, Yellow Power Slug.
That didn't go right.
And some soup. Smell you later, bigger boys.
Right here. Oh, okay.
Hello? Yeah, give me a second, I'll be on.
Okay, all of our road junctions are now complete.
Nice.
At least for this intersection.
I'm gonna have to hop off pretty soon.
Okay. I just built a concrete block right behind its better. Is that an oil deposit?
Alright. Upload some stuff and I will hop off for a night.
Alright. Have a good night. It is.
Alright. Have a good night.
You too. And debating where I want to put stairs. Go from the ground all the way up. Same time, we still need to run the track. All the way back up. Whew. This is one of the more tedious parts of it. Now I also need a bypass slash parking rail. Aha. Now the question is, do I weave? What do we at? There we go. Basically, it becomes a big question of, do I want to keep the centaur maintenance shaft? There we go. Hmm. Okay. Okay. What does that somewhat look like from a distance? Or even the ground? One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight, nine. Oh, did not retro burn enough. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and call it here, chat. Save. Gonna resume rail work next week. Would like to thank you all for watching. Hope you enjoyed. See you next time.